And here we go. Returning as scheduled to Minecraft Legacy 1710, featuring Ars Magica 2 and Witchery, among others. Witchery was the intended showcase mod for this pack, which we seem to have gone through more or less completely. Which means we are now trying to make AM2 stuff happen. And if I'm going to be summoning the Winter Guardian, we are going to need a spell that more adequately deals with the Winter Guardian. Because what we have access to is Frost, which he's immune to, Lightning, which isn't the most effective thing, and a single Firebolt, which, I mean, it's cheap. That might not be a bad play, but it's definitely not our best. Still, let's give the absolute madness of relying on that Firebolt a try. I already have my digger pack. It's full of dirt. Dirt doesn't help me. We need a bunch of cobble, with one extra stack that can be refilled. And to remind ourselves of what kind of inlay the Winter Guardian requires. Gold inlay. That's the one that's made with purified dust. 2 purified dust, which we no longer have. Fortunately, I'm passively growing the flowers required. We might have to get back to gardening and improve our Desert Nova output. Please don't stand in my chest. That's very strange. There's our inlay. Let me try this as like symbolic of winter and ice. I know it's not the best choice, but it's the best choice we're not already using. And I have plenty. We're passively growing it. We also zoop over here, get my mark, stick it right there, and prepare recall. We are preparing recall because our farm is overloaded again. I don't remember why I did this. Maybe it had something to do with a wool shortage? Also, it apparently hasn't been long enough for the cows to grow up fully. So that's a little strange. But no matter. We're banishing animals to the Dark Nexus. When we can afford to. Oh, there goes a fully grown cow. They are starting to grow up. But if I keep hanging around and doing this, we'll just be waiting for our mana to regenerate. And that's not acceptable. You. I said you. Deleted. So I remember saying that I would use this snowy... Or maybe I didn't say anything of the kind, I just kind of thought it to myself. But this is the perfect place for the Winter Guardian, assuming it works. And I just have no way of knowing whether or not this is sufficient. Also, apparently my Dig Silk Touch can collect snow. Somehow I was not aware of this. And we're losing daylight, which I kind of expected would happen. I just didn't think it would be this soon. There's our summoning platform. And then we can kind of try cramming him into place. But this might be less effective because I think the Winter Guardian is bigger than air. He at least feels bigger. And I think on this side, I'm going to want fencing to enclose the snow golems to be. Why don't I just recall, well, first the sheep, and then myself. Up goes the sheep into the Dark Nexus. It is devoured. Also, is this still a thing? Icy Needle 38. Have some snowballs. Icy Needle 54. Yeah. Snowballs still turn into Icy Needles. Even though Icy Needles are definitely a... No, 47, 63, 78. And Snowballs are 332. Yeah, they're completely different items. But when put into a drawer, they become the same thing. Don't ask me why, I can't tell you. Because I haven't the slightest idea. We have one fence post. But 17 cobble walls, which will serve the same purpose. Hi. Would you like to go into my Dark Nexus? That's the wrong spell. Well, it's the right spell, but in the wrong mode. And he's gone. Oh well. Our radiation bees are drilling... Oh wait, no, this is just the hole. That was there the whole time. The radiation bees are active. Let's not get any closer. I still need to isolate their species and then crossbreed the next species. Though I actually think I got largest out of them already, so the experiment can stop. I'm just morbidly curious to see how much they'll destroy. Alright. Blue topaz, topped with ice. And then 3 snow golems to fuel the summoning. Are we ready for this? 1 dead. 2 dead. 3 dead. It didn't summon. I satisfied the summoning requirements. It has all kinds of magic particles flying around it. It killed all my snow golems. And then it just did nothing. Do I need more snow golems? I can grab more snow and pumpkins. That's not a big deal. It's more just the confusion of the whole thing not working. What I do like about the AM2 Leap spell is that it's not just jump boost. It also gives your jump a significant spring forward that isn't normally present in the jump. Okay. We've crashed. The exact problem was ticking particle, whatever that means. The funny thing is, I'm not surprised by this one. The first time we try to summon the Winter Guardian into any world, this has always happened. But only the first time. I don't know what gets fixed in the game code for subsequent summonings, but that should never happen again. All the same, we now have to load back in, which is just an annoying bit of a time sink. Ooh. This is ominous. It has immediately given us the same error. So there are only really two options here. Either to keep trying to force the issue and hope it clears up after a few restarts, or to accept our fate and abandon the whole world, which is something that needs to happen in modded Minecraft sometimes. Technically, there's also a third option, and that would be to accept that I've showcased most of Witchery that I set out to do. Ars Magica was added for convenience, not as a showcase mod, and to remove Ars Magica 2. This will create some minor instability in the world, because every block and item relating to Ars Magica will abruptly disappear. But it would allow us to continue our playthrough. Funny thing about that is, we don't really have any other mods to continue down the path of. Okay, so whatever the issue was, I don't see it anymore. Have some more snow golems. Just eat them. What do you need? What is the problem? I'm going to break that block. Which apparently has not stopped the summoning or the particles. That's still going on. Break all the blocks. I can make this a snow block. That feels appropriate. Will you work this time? I have 3 snow golems ready to go. 1 dead. 2 dead. 3 dead. Now it'll either summon the monster or crash. Or continue to do nothing. That's also an option. It may be that the issue is that we built our enclosure too small. I've never actually tried to ring him in a 3x3 like this before. Oh, and there's our crash again. Ticking entity. That's at least a different failure. Let's see. Ticking entity at Minecraft server, etc., null pointer exception, entity living base, entity living, world server, la 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 la. Whatever it is, it's part of the entity.passive.entity, so it's a passive animal. It was a pig. Entity type passive entity pig. So it's not what we're doing at all. It's some pig somewhere causing a problem. Our overcrowded farm may be a bigger problem than I thought. Though at the same time, this whole Winter Guardian thing may be a lost cause. We've gone through the whole summoning thing twice, and it's just not working. We haven't had crash problems this bad since, I actually forget which mod pack it was. Oh, here we go again. Was this again Entity Pig while it loads back up? No, this was Ticking Particle again. From AMR Ribbon, that's like Ars Magica something. AM Ribbon, Ars Magica Ribbon. Particle Effect Renderer. Client main. I don't really understand the details. The main thing is that the floating particle effect around the winter summons is throwing errors, in addition to whatever that pig was doing. So we've destroyed it again. I do wonder if the problem is in part that the enclosure is too small. Because as I said, I've never tried to summon the Winter Guardian in a small 3x3 space before. It's always been at minimum 5x5. So let's give him some more floor space to work with. Then build our typical little ankle biter walls. And this will allow us to summon snow golems right inside. But it's also getting dark. We've managed to blow an entire Minecraft day on this. So let's delete some more animals, big and small, including that creeper. Just everything that catches our eye in the slightest. will get thrown into the Dark Nexus. We especially have to do something about this claw. There's a whole lot going on in there. And I simply don't have the mana to banish everybody one by one. Let's grab some cakes. We have animals being squeezed out of the pen. So the banishings will continue until vibrations improve. The cows should be priority targets, because the more life something has, the longer it lasts in the Dark Nexus, and the more mana, and therefore the more mana it produces. So cows will be the better targets. The best target would be zombie pigmen, because they are among the healthiest of vanilla mobs. But zombie pigman spawners don't exist in vanilla Minecraft. They could exist if I had Thaumcraft installed, but we don't. Because Thaumcraft comes with other problems. Hey, you missed it. We just crashed the game like 8 times. Okay. It was not. I was trying to summon the Ars Magica 2 Winter Guardian. And it started screaming about ticking particle errors, and then a pig once. And it was just a bad time. But now I've deleted all my spare animals. They're no longer bumping and bouncing around in there. And all the creatures I just deleted were banished to the Dark Nexus with our recall spell. So our red battery over here should have more power, and it's 80%. That's a lot more than I expected from just animals. But hey, I'll take it. Now, with the changes to the summoning arena, Let's try this Winter Guardian thing one more time. In the middle of the night, which I'm less than enthused about. Ice on top of blue topaz, and then 3 snow golems to fuel the sun. 1, 2, 3. We'll see if it crashes. It's got those ribbon particle effects, which are partly responsible for the crashing. And, no. It is continuing to not work. So let's break that down before the game explodes again. What I must now assume is the problem is that this area is not sufficiently in the grips of winter. So we might need a more dedicated cold biome. Which is a real pain, because I don't really know of one nearby. But that is what our Nature's Compass is for. So let's go grab the compass in question and look for a taiga. Yeah, any mod that has biome-specific finds, you need Nature's Compass, because for forestry, you need a jungle. In fact, for a lot of mods, you need a jungle. For witchery, swamps really help. And those are just the 2 major ones. And it continues to be an extremely useful mod well down the line through the years of the more and more modern versions of Minecraft. Especially when you add in like mods that add more biomes, as some of my friends love to do. I hate them. Because when a mod adds tons more biome types, the specific biomes you need start being more and more uncommon. And jungles are already hard enough to find. Let's see. Cold taiga, 3.5 kilometers. Can we do better? Cold beach, 3 kilometers. There's got to be something closer. Cold taiga hills, 3.5. Cold taiga mountain, also 3.5. I guess it's all one taiga with its variants nearby. So Extreme Hills isn't technically a cold biome, even though it goes high enough to snow. How about Frozen Ocean? It's not updating in the top left there. There we go. Frozen Ocean not found. Great. Frozen River. We'll skip Frozen River entirely. Ice Mountains. 3,200 meters. Wait, snowy tundra is a thing? It is not. Tundra is not a biome in this version of Minecraft. It goes from taiga to frozen to ice. Ice Plains 3,100. We could do an ice spikes. Those are always fun to know about. 3,200. I guess all the winter is in the same basic direction. And then taiga is a climate medium precipitation rain biome, so that wouldn't even help us. It has to be snowy. Or cold. So if we're going 3 kilometers no matter what we do, let's at least make it an ice spikes biome so things stay interesting. We'll grab our air sled and we appear to be heading east. Trust the compass and number go down. That's all we're doing right now, is flying this way. And considering the distance, yeah, Google Maps, GPS. There are better and faster ways to travel and fly. I mean, the Google Maps of Minecraft is Journey Map here. Don't ever make a pack without it. It is the best map mod, hands down. With the ability to have a major map and to set waypoints and have a mini map in the corner, everything about it. It's amazing. The last time I was on a server, and that's partially what inspired me to make this pack in particular, is that server had, it was on 1.7.10, it had Witchery, that was why I sought it out. It also had Thaumcraft with a whole bunch of add-ons for Thaumcraft. And one of Thaumcraft's best add-ons, which I just learned about on that server, was called Witching Gadgets. Whoa. We didn't know about this city. Anyway, Witching Gadgets has the Primordial Armor, which requires primordial pearls to make, and I mean plural primordial pearls. It's 2 or 3 pearls per piece of the armor set. And the last item is the Primordial Gauntlet, which it's the Infinity Gauntlet. Simple as that. The way the Primordial Gauntlet works is Witching Gadgets also has a system of gem cutting, where you cut gems and imbue them with specific Thaumcraft aspects, and these gems then do things at various power levels, depending on if the gem was helped, if the gem is focused in that specific element, and etc. etc. Multiple gems and multiple elements have different effects. The relevant one for what I'm talking about right now is the air gem. If you cut an air gem, then the gem will allow you to fly. You right click with it and you get yanked through the air. Now these gems on their own have a limited number of uses. But if you stick them in a Primordial Gauntlet, they can be recharged. The Primordial Gauntlet has a secondary power where you right click on a Thaumcraft node and you grab the node. And you now have this Thaumcraft node in your palm until you replace it with another one. And the aspects in this node will recharge your Witching Gadget gems. So if you have a powerful enough air node and an air gem set in the gauntlet, then you can just hold right click and rocket across the map forever. I did this on that server with Journey Map to map the entire map. I found out where everyone's base was by just doing a flyby at ridiculous speeds where the server kept telling me that I was not allowed to fly like that, and it kept trying to kick me. But here we are in our ice spikes. Which would be a good time to collect some packed ice. I forget why packed ice is good, but I remember packed ice being good. I think it's useful in like soul sand traps and maybe for boat slides if that's a thing yet. It's kind of weird to be on this legacy version of Minecraft because I'm thinking of technologies that might not yet exist. Packed ice definitely makes more sense as the floor block there. But yeah, the Primordial Gauntlet from Witching Gadgets through Thaumcraft has a lot of really fun secrets, including some interesting things I discovered that other players didn't know about. I know I said before that I liked to be a trader and set up like a mail network where I could communicate with players in chat and then send players through the trading network. Part of this trading network was using Thaumcraft mirrors, where you can throw an item into the mirror and it pops out the other side. One of the Primordial Gauntlet powers through cutting gems is that you could travel through those mirrors. I would surprise them by just teleporting to the mail room. It's like, hello, I thought I'd stop by. They did not know I could do that. While being a weird surprise, there was no, like, malice in it. I never griefed anybody's base that I knew of. But, you know, if your claim expires, then your stuff is up for grabs. Okay. We are now ready for our second try. Or rather, our fourth try by now. Blue topaz, topped with regular ice. There's more regular ice in that water. We can grab that. And then the 3 snow golems. And I missed. Third one. Get rid of that pumpkin. Now, do we Winter Guardian or do we crash? We Winter Guardian. He is here and ready. Whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me out. He, like, grabbed me with his Winter's Arm power. Very nasty. You really have to wall peek this guy. Because he can throw his arm at you and yank you in. Even if the containment was a solid wall, he'd still do that. I guess we can try reducing it to a 3x3 or a 1x1. Yeah, at least he can't get out. But he is some tall. And down he goes. Red skill point, ice essence, and his arm. So we got his arm immediately. Okay, I'm going to try shrinking his containment. But we can't summon him anymore because I didn't bring any more blue topaz blocks. So the thing to do right now is make a little bit more space and create a landing zone for our teleport. And then set some waystones so we can come back here without having to do so manually. The white pouch gets us to the purple pouch. The purple pouch gets us to the otherwhere chalk. The otherwhere chalk draws in a funny circle. And there's the waystones to convert. No apologies for being weirdly musical. Now that we have that configured, we go home. And over here in our teleportation circle, packed ice is the marker for where these waystones go. I could use the ice essence, but ice essence is too valuable to waste on a marker. I think Ender Pearl is 2. Didn't I say we'd swap that out for Endstone? There we go. Now I have all this packed ice. No idea what I'm going to do with it. Keeping the mana cakes, as we plan to fight this guy some more. And it would not do to run out of everything in the process. Going to need more ice. Probably not nearly this much ice. I will store a stack of packed. And the rest we can burn. If we need more, we can just teleport right there. The major thing here is the blue topaz. Now we have blue topaz and ice and pumpkins. For more summonings, we'll grab some more pumpkins on the way, why not? What's in here? Wool, mostly. Just a silly amount of pumpkins, and we're ready to go back. For more experiments. Oof. It works perfectly. Could do with some lighting, though. Now we try ice on top of blue topaz in his new minimal containment. Three snow golems. Fire spell at the ready. Does this work? No. He will not be contained to a 1/1. But the containment is working. When he comes right up to the edge, despite clearly being able to see us, he can't attack us because his attacks originate from the middle of his body. All the Guardians are like this. No matter how large they appear, their hitbox is near the bottom, and their attacks originate from the first block above at about player height. So we can just keep doing this, and he can't actually attack us, despite clearly being able to see over the wall. Despite being a red skill point tier boss, this is probably the easiest one so far. Three cheers for good preparation, and or cheese. Straight up boss cheese. But if you need to farm a boss and you're fighting it fairly, what are you even doing? Ah! Athlete, cast athlete, get out of there. So we need to hide behind this pillar when he first appears. Peek him for the first shot, and then just exploit the fact that he charges right into the wall to deny him line of sight. Lessons learned. Also, it's pretty amazing that our basic fire spell is adequate for this. Yeah, at one time I had a little text file with all the weaknesses of the bosses that I discovered. I didn't write down all the strategies for making their arenas, but I knew what each one was weak to and how best to fight them. That was a long time ago. Okay, let's try our new strategy. Get the 3 golems, hide behind this pillar, there he is, peek him for the first shot, and he pulls us straight through the wall. So, new plan. Always be ready to cast Athlete and get out of there. Because solid walls are a mere suggestion to this guy. Make sure you have good armor, because some of his attacks are simply unavoidable. And that's why we don't fight fair. The bosses don't. Why should we? I will continue to be really surprised that her piddly little fire spell is working. Another very important note, do not get too far away from any of these guys. Because they have a Minecraft wolf-like logic where they will teleport to you if you get too far away. This can and has been used to fight this boss and the Earth boss, because they'll take fall damage. If you fly up and shoot them on the ground, they'll teleport to you and take lots of fall damage on the way down. The problem with that is, if they die of fall damage, it doesn't count as you killing them. So they don't drop the things that you're farming them for in the first place. I think this will be our last kill of this guy. As stupid easy as this is, it's also rather dull. What the heck? Oh. One of the snow golems did not die. And is trying to attack him. Hilariously. Alright, good stuff. 5 more skill points. Plenty of materials to keep this up. But as I said, it's getting dull. And we have more waystones if we really want to go back to it. ice essence, more snowballs. Do I want to store the... Well, we'll store the... No. Ah. Burn the spare pumpkins, burn the spare grass. Store the ice and snow. Break these down and store them. Put these back in storage. As for Winter's Grasp, it has +6 attack damage, just because. That is an iron sword with no durability. You can't enchant it, which is a bit of a shame. But besides being able to punch for iron sword damage, it has one other function that the boss fight already told us about. Get over here. Another case of modders did it first. This is literal years before tridents, and tridents couldn't grab mobs like this. I have effectively a loyalty trident that also acts like a scorpion harpoon. Hey, sheep. Oh, the sheep's out of range. It even grabs... It should not be able to grab the target dummy, because the target dummy can't move. It kind of didn't. My target dummy is broken. It's still technically here, but it's now also there. So I broke the target dummy by doing something it shouldn't be able to do. Yep, cross-mod interactions are often amusing or annoying for the player. Certain mod authors absolutely hate them. I know of a couple mod authors, or maybe it's just one, who simply assume by default that any cross-mod interaction is the other mod's fault. Some mod authors are just kind of like that. Their mod is a perfect baby, and they can never be at fault, and every problem you can ever imagine is somebody else's fault. And despite the fact that their mod changes something fundamental about the nature of how Minecraft works, it's everybody else that needs to adapt to their strange vision of the game. I won't name any names. So, where have we gotten with these red skill points? We have 6 of them. Well, we can get Piercing and Storm. Those are important. Beam. Beam is surprisingly not very useful. It feels really good, but it doesn't work like 80% of the time. I can finally take Appropriation. That's what the red skill points were all for. Zone. We do want zone. And then we have access to these two. Divine and Ender Intervention are something else. Let's look those up, because I only remember half of what they do. Divine Intervention. You can teleport to the overworld from almost anywhere. If cast when you're already in the overworld, you'll be returned to your bed or to spawn. So this spell can get you out of the End, it can get you out of the Nether, and it can get you back home from anywhere in the overworld. It's more expensive to cast than Recall, but it does what I want Recall to do without having to worry about where my mark has been placed. To be fair, this is actually the first time I'm actually reading the spell description, so I didn't know it had this second feature where it returns you to your bed. I thought it was just a get out of the Nether free card, which I've never needed. Its counterpart, Ender Intervention, teleports you to the Nether from almost anywhere. You'll notice the purple rune and the Ender Pearl symbolize teleportation, and the obsidian and flint and steel mean you basically have a magical Nether portal from anywhere. So that's the component language. Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm does exactly what you think it does. And yet, at the same time, yes, projectile Ender Intervention is a thing. You can banish mobs and players to the Nether. It's not something I've done, but you can. I have done projectile divine intervention, and this was because I was on a server with Mistcraft, and players tended to get themselves stuck in their own book worlds and unable to return. So I would have to go and get them. Storm would give us access to some other powerful silver skills, but I'm not going to mess with those just yet because they have a very high mana cost. The critical thing that we've gained access right now is Appropriation. Ooh, Silence is good too. Definitely want that. I don't really care about the healing component. It's too expensive to be really useful. I want to get here though. So maybe we go up to air, farm 2 green skill points, and get ourselves mana regen, spell motion, and augmented casting. That sounds like a plan to me. There's also a track telekinesis channel into Radius, which would be really strong. We just still need so many green skill points. It's ridiculous. Like, actually ridiculous. I'm just musing about where I want to be, and we're already at 5 needed green skill points. I haven't even made a Star Strike spell yet. Which we could, and it would be hilarious. Alright, let's crank out 2 more spells. Attract and knockback at the same time? I think attract is supposed to be for items. Let's look that up. What was it called again? I know it's in the utility tree. Yeah, it is just attract. But it won't tell us about attract. Why not? I have Rift. Attract is a skill point away. It should be in the book. But it's not here. Come to think of it, neither is Fling. Well, Fling is understandable. It's not within range. We'd need knockback first. But knockback isn't here either. I guess it was just assumed that those effects are so obvious that they require no explanation. I will say that combining Fling and Knockback is not as impressive as you'd expect. Knockback throws a creature away, but there's a lot of inertia. So there's that strong initial impulse of the creature being shoved away, and then they decelerate very quickly. So no matter how powerful the knockback effect, they don't go very far. And then the purpose of Fling is to shoot entities up. There's a lot less inertia with the upward Fling. So if you have a strong Fling, they go really high. But no matter how strong the knockback, they don't go very far. That's all just a silly aside. I need to make an appropriation spell, a Star Strike spell, and what else do I want right now? Storm is funny. Storm is funniest when you have Channel. That's just spooky, especially if you're on a multiplayer server. I could do Astral Distortion and Silence. in planning to go after the Arcane Guardian. Arcane Guardian is just important to go for because he drops something we kind of need. Dispel, we almost don't want because we're trying to put debuffs on him. So it looks like 3 spells. And our inventory is sufficiently empty to start spellcrafting. First one is very simple. Projectile appropriation. That's it. That's all there is to it. The second one is going to be a Star Strike, which will look a lot like our Frostwall spell. So projectile, into wall, into AoE, and then entangle to keep them there, Star Strike to actually hit them, and as much as I want to add Dispel, just to strip away buffs and resistances, that will dispel the entangle, so we don't want to do that. What else could I throw in here? No other damaging effects, because that would apply their hit resistance, their invincibility time would get triggered. So what else do I add to this? Get Entangle and Star Strike. Other options: Ignition, a thought, not a very good thought. Silence. I could just make this the silencing spell. Transplace would be the worst idea. I just don't see anything else to add to this spell. Which there are worse problems to have. Astral Distortion would be a funny one. Imagine killing Endermen by raining the sky on them. But I should probably quit while I'm ahead. because Starstrike can be an expensive component. We'll just give it a good name right off the gate. And then our third spell is specifically for the Arcane Guardian. Here's a question. Do I have access to the Banish component yet? I guess we'll wait on that, because I want access to Mana Drain. But there's also a Banish component somewhere. And the purpose of it is to deal damage to magical and summoned creatures, and I'm pretty sure the Arcane Guardian takes advanced damage from Banish. I just don't remember where Banish is. It's not over here. This is the whole farming section. It would make sense to have it here where Summon is. Oh, you're right. You're right, it's Dispel. And we don't want Dispel because we're applying debuffs. So I'll wait until we get some more green skill points. We can throw Mana Drain at the Arcane Guardian. Because I think he actually takes damage from this too. So I'll worry about the third spell later. Blank, Vintium Arrow, Snowball, Ender Pearl, Chimorite Block, Chest. Ender Pearl. Chimorite Block is, or would be a big one, if we weren't so rich. And then Chest. And then Spell Parchment. This one's done. Already. Block Theft. Which is going to be... what should it look like? Here's this little blue rift. It just goes zoop off in the corner. That goes, and what that does, I may as well showcase it, is I can cast it on pretty much anything. And the first casting grabs the block, and now it's like buffered in my player data, baked into the appropriation spell itself. You cast it a second time, and the block is placed again. Anything in the chests stays in the chests. It can work with machines, and the reason I want it is because it works with monster spawners. Now I can go find some monster spawners. Yeah, entire tile entities. Now I can find some monster spawners, make some conveyor belts, and have my Dark Nexus in the basement permanently fueled. It's a very powerful component. It also might work on mobs, entities. I haven't tried. Should be easy to try with, like, a sheep or something. Oh yeah. Carrion, Java, just another better barrels attempt, I think, added a hand truck that you could use to carry barrels around. But the hand truck slowed you while it had a barrel in it. Carrion, of course, as you mentioned, is another good example. But I haven't been calling out mods for another mod did it first. I've been calling out Minecraft itself for other mods did it first. Minecraft, like base Mojang Minecraft in the future, steals a lot from mods in the past. Just the latest version, the Breeze. We've been fighting blitzes, which are an air-based blaze, way back here in 1.7.10 from thermal expansion. An air elemental has been in the game for, what, decades? Is Minecraft that old, or am I just making that up? Anyway, this will be a little bit more expensive. You may be right. I don't remember that far back to Minecraft without pistons, or the ability. If that's true, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but if that's true, I did not know Minecraft modding was a thing that far back. Okay, 2 Ventium Arrow, Snowball, Magic Wall, Cobble Wall, Fence. Essence, Light Neutral Dark, which we have plenty of. Moonstone, Air Essence, TNT. I don't like spending moonstones, because they are not easy to replace. Green Rune Vines, Slime Ball. These are the components for the Entangle piece. Green Rune Vines, Slime Ball. Two Arcane Essence, and an Arcane Ash, and a Mana Battery. That's no joke. But that's why I had the Mana Battery. Arcane Essence is honestly one of the cheaper essences. Oh, that's really far back there. Fair enough. We can't make Air Essence right now, or Arcane Essence right now. It's the cheapest essence. Because it's just made with Arcane Ash. It's Arcane Ash in all 4 slots, and Arcane Ash in the middle to process. But we're low on Arcane Ash. Because Arcane Ash is made with a bunch of garbage. And it's doubled when smelting. You would think that means that you could then put it in something like this, which also doubles now that it's fueled with all 3 power types. But surprisingly, that doesn't actually work. Alright, let's get ourselves a stack of stone, get some arcane compound, smelt the arcane compound, and then cook the arcane compound into more ash. Just a big pain, and I'm gonna say it, in the ash. I must have reversed the redstone and glowstone. In future versions, which is to say, Mana and Artifice, Arcane Compound becomes a bit more forgiving in how you make it. The glowstone or redstone can be reversed and the recipe doesn't care. I reverse them again. My brain just has them in different order. And that half stack should cook into a full stack. Arcane Compound by itself does absolutely nothing else. It just turns into ash. We have the flaw in this machine again, where I'd connected it to power. I had very specifically connected it to power, so we'd be ready for this. And it immediately cut its connection as soon as I started processing things. So we'll feed it power again. I don't know why the block does that, but it's been doing that for years. On the plus side, it should process all 8 of these, and then decide to break afterwards. While we're waiting on the Arcane Essence, I need a lava bucket, and then a spell parchment, so we're almost done here. Fortunately, we have a lava reserve, then the spell parchment. And there's the 2 essence that we need. The rest will process happily while we wait. Red mana kind of draining. But that's fine. We have plans to fix that soon. Cobble wall, okay. Fence, other magic wall. Pull the lever. The annoying thing about feeding essence into a spellcraft is that it only drains from the first type of essence that's available. And the order that you see these in, red, dark, neutral, light, that's the priority order. So if I want to feed light essence specifically into a spellcraft that will take any type, I have to cut the battery connections to dark and neutral. It would be so much better if light was top priority, because light is free. Unfortunately, that's simply not how it works. So it's pulling dark essence as a matter of priority, and none of the others. I mean, even if it pulled from all three equally at the same time, that would be fine. But no, it just prioritizes the most difficult one to produce. Now we have Stellar Rain, and I can really only use this icon for it. No other icon will be appropriate. Let's go out to our test dummy to show off what Stellar Rain does. You've seen how often wall spells activate because Frost Wall is a wall spell? Look at how funny it is with Star Strike. Bam, 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 bam. Every single one of those is an AoE strike. Yeah, we're nuking it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. What has to happen for the spell to trigger properly is I have to hit an entity with the projectile. If I hit a block, this wall for some reason will only affect blocks. So I have to hit an entity with a projectile, and then the entity has to stay put long enough for the wall to spring up and hit it with the AoE effect from the wall. So an enemy that is moving too fast, you can't hit with a spell like this. But if it pauses, it gets nuked from orbit. So I'm going to use this to go harass our Air Guardian a few times. If he thought our lightning spell was annoying, he ain't seen nothing yet, and I forgot to bring air essence, so never mind. Let's get some air essence and then do that again. We're aiming for 5 skill points at least. Can I just warp to that mountain from here? Yes. Boop. As long as you're willing to charge up the Witch Hand with Otherworld essence. You can teleport anywhere you can see. Its mana cost is, you know, about double what we're already spending. Double and a half. So 325, 320, 878. No biggie. Alright, Air Guardian. Get rained on. It hit him twice. I am not impressed. Looks like we're still using fire or lightning. Because our devastating wall spells don't give us experience. And they're much less impressive than literally anything would lead you to believe. I need to get to duration so I can extend how long the wall lasts. Maybe once we get duration, we'll make some zone spells. But I don't remember where duration is. It would, but I think the problem is that it's hitting the piston and the side blocks because this containment is so narrow. Oh, that would make sense. I hate the idea that it's way down there, wherever that is, but that makes sense. That seems about where Mythion would have put it. It missed completely. For some reason, it decided to rain on my mage lights. Even though we can see the spell triggering on the Guardian. Maybe we want to farm up to Firestorm so we can absolutely shred the Winter Boss. The strength of Firestorm and Blizzard is that they bypass iframes. Starstrike should too, it just doesn't. Ooh, threw it too far. Threw it too short. There we go. There is something I should mention that I've learned about the air boss, this boss, and is the reason that I over-cautiously farm it like this in a very cruel 1x1 containment. You have to fight the air boss way up in the air like this, you know, above Y150, so you have to build a complete boss arena in the sky. It primarily attacks you with fall damage. If I allowed it out of its container and to run around and fight me conventionally, then for one thing it spawns the little whirlwinds that chase you around and will fling you into the air if they hit you. It has other damaging spells, but mostly it casts Fling at you to fling you way up in the air and have you take fall damage when you come back down again. The most obvious threat of this is it could throw you out of your arena, and then you die on impact with the ground. One would think that the easiest way to prevent something like this would be to just put a ceiling on the boss arena. That doesn't help against this guy. He has some kind of super move, and it's warned about in the book, where he will remain stationary, cause a kind of whirlwind effect that'll push you around as he raises his arms and charges up a more devastating AoE fling. And this AoE fling will destroy any blocks above him. So if you build yourself a sky arena to fight this guy, and fight him seriously without cheesing him like this, then he will break your ceiling, fling you out of the arena, and let you die on impact with the ground. If you don't have creative flight, You're simply out of luck. So that is why I put him in a bully box. And don't play fair. Briefly. Nobody would go back to the second lesson. That's not my air sled. Nope, my air sled is in storage, so earn the extra green skill points. None of these. Rune procs I also kind of want, but Rune is surprisingly useless despite the fact that I like it conceptually. Life Drain, Mana Drain is specifically what we were after. And then Attract, Telekinesis, Channel, Radius. We're also going to have to go through here to get to Chain at some point. Chain is simply my favorite shape because of some of the ridiculous ways it can be chained off of other shapes. If you ever want to absolutely obliterate any group of enemies, make a wave chain spell, because Chainception is exactly what happens. There's Duration, after Chrono Anchor, through Reflect, and Shield. What a pain. Anyway, time to make our Arcane Guardian killer. Gonna be Projectile. We're gonna do Zone. So the projectile places the zone. The zone scans for creatures in its radius, and we will use the zone to trigger Area of Effect. It's the most straightforward way. We need Entangle. We need Silence. I haven't tried. I'll be honest, I haven't tried. Surely you can repeat shapes. Once we get there, that might be a worthwhile experiment. There's Mana Drain. Arcane Guardian hates Mana Drain. There's Astral Distortion, so he stops teleporting. He does a lot of that. Yeah, the lightning damage component changes the appearance of every spell that uses it. So Beam especially is noticeable for this. If you have a beam spell, which is just a sustained line in front of you, most spells are a colorful beam of light. Even fire is just a red forward beam. Lightning, specifically, is just crackling arcs of electricity. You become Palpatine. I think it's going to have to be lightning for this spell. Lightning is simply the most powerful base damage type. Magic damage, I mean, it's the Arcane Guardian. He's going to resist that. Force damage is sad. It's just physical damage. Fire and Frost, I don't think either of them have any advantages that we want here. Yeah, Force is just... I'll show you. I'll show you how sad Force damage is. Its component is an iron sword. That's it. It's a physical damage type. It does not pierce armor. It's... you throw a magic iron sword. And it doesn't even do iron sword damage, it does stone sword damage. That's why we don't use Force. So, our Arcane Guardian killer spell. Blank 3 Vintium Arrow Snowball. 3 Moonstones! Ooh, that's gonna suck. 3 Vintium Arrow Snowball. Get those Moonstones ready. They follow Tarma, and that's not good. We don't have another Sunstone. Oh wait, yes we do. Never mind. I am a fool. Tarma, 3 Moonstone, Sunstone, Diamond Air Essence. This 1000 looks absolutely scary, but it has to be Essence, so we don't actually care. TNT Green Rune Vine Slimeball. I really have to work on my Cactus Green production. Green Rune Vine Slimeball. 2 Wool and an Arcane Ash and a Jukebox. This is the silence component. Sound, muffled, magic. Just puns. Straight through. I need 2. An Arcane Ash. And the Jukebox, sadly, is another diamond. At least it would be sad if we didn't have all the diamonds in creation. We are now not only having an absence of jazz hands, we are banning jazz entirely. Black Rune, Purple Rune, Eye of Ender, Yellow Rune. It's a lot of runes. Iron ingot, stick. And this represents kind of a lightning rod. And we are ready. Hopefully our crafting altar is up to the task. I'm going to have to upgrade these lapis lazuli blocks eventually. The book isn't red though. We're good. We have all the necessary power. I have spare arcane essence, which will be needed to summon the guardian when we get there. Let's get crafting. Pull a lever. I'm facing the way I'm facing, so I have the ingredient floating over the book over here, kind of faintly visible. I don't do this every time, but it would make a lot of sense if I did. Black, moonstone, Vintium, yellow, stick, glass Vintium, and Arcane Ripper is ready. We use one of the scary lightning blood strike icons. A nice deep blue one or a cyan one. I mean, it's hard to tell the color of the actual lightning bolts because the red strike zone is so very bright. I guess we'll use blue for contrast. And this costs $22.58 to cast. Can I even cast this? Yes. And apparently it unlocked something. So I wasn't expecting to unlock a silver skill with this. But we seem to have done so purely by happenstance. It wasn't Star Strike, we had that. It was Manalink. Manalink doesn't do anything in single player. When you cast the spell, your target will be able to draw from your mana pool as if it were their own. They will use their own mana first, and then draw on yours. It has a limited radius, but can have radius modifiers. And it lasts for the duration, even if the target moves away. You can link your own mana to multiple entities, and on the other side you can have multiple links coming in from other sources. So if you really want to have a kind of Ars Magica team play experience, you can have an AoE mana link spell. that you cast and all your friends cast, and now everyone shares a single gigantic ritual caster mana pool. Which is amazing in concept, but in execution, it's a bit tricky to pull off. Now, we are picking a fight with the Arcane Guardian. I forget what color skill point he drops, but we're after his book. The Arcane Guardian's spellbook applies a discount to all spells cast. It's not a very big discount, but every little bit helps. To summon him, we need a Shrine of Knowledge. 2 pillars of bookshelves, 3 high, with a lectern on the ground between them containing a compendium. Then there's an iron inlay circle, and you throw in an arcane essence. So really, it's not that expensive to summon him, it's just that he's very dangerous. And we need a lectern. Which is extremely cheap. I have so much spare birch kicking around that it really doesn't make a difference. Iron inlay is made with arcane ash. And we need an item frame and another book to turn into a spare arcane compendium. And I'm going to go up here to do it. Or actually here. Here is fine, it's closer. I see you there. Death. Death to Creeper. Not allowed. Creeper, no creeping. Now, be on shiny. Baby zombie coming in. Or not. Baby zombie going wherever it wants to. You know what? Get rained on. More shinies, this time from orbit. That's actually a surprising observation. I have never before tried carrying more than one at a time. It's not like it has like an inventory or it's not an entity. It's just, I mean, it makes sense. Okay. I'm going to put the Arcane Guardian in this hole with the Earth Guardian. It's got to be some distance away because the Earth Guardian likes to destroy walls when it's summoned. Yeah, there's no reason it shouldn't be, aside from the fact that no other mod guide is. But I guess this is just before that became a common trait of mod guides. Hey you. Get wrecked. Kaboom. I love the spell. It's so very unnecessary. Hilarious, but impractical. Anyway. This is where our Arcane Guardian is going. In this basically insulting hole. He's gonna try leaving. He can teleport. But I'm just gonna go up here, get Arcane Ripper at the ready, and throw our Arcane Essence down there. There he is. He teleports immediately. We missed and don't have the mana to recast. This is a problem I figured would happen. He's very active and teleports a lot. So I'll wait for him to teleport and then hit him. Gotcha now. Now you can't teleport or cast. As long as I keep this maintained. I'd also like food, like now. Ow. Don't know what damaged me there. So I should just cast it, get him, keep him locked down. Green. And the book. Nice. That was kind of a painful one. But we did it. Now the Arcane Spellbook looks just like a normal spellbook. Except our Arcane Ripper that costs $22.58 here only costs $16.93 in here. So let's get all our spells moved over. Recall, Rift Storage, Leaf Razor, Block Theft, Firebolt, Ice Edge, Projectile, Block Place, and True Sight. That's pretty much where they were in the other spellbook. And this one is basically junk now. We can keep fighting him for more green skill points, and it's gonna hurt because he's a tough customer. But I think we can live through it. Gotta wait for him to teleport first, because his teleport has a cooldown. There he goes. And he's too fast. Stop being fast. Gotcha. Now you're doomed. All I have to do is hit him once. Then he's pinned. Here, you can have this too. Just as a token of my esteem. That doesn't seem to have done much. Hello. What are you doing down there? You should go become fuel for my Dark Nexus. You too. I think once we land that first hit and successfully lock the Arcane Guardian in place, the fight then takes less time than the Air Guardian fight. It's also a more interesting fight because we do have to do that first hit and actually get him locked down. So it's not the easiest thing. Okay, maybe it is. We just kind of peek him and hit him before he even teleports that first time. He didn't stand a chance. Well, that's what happens when you build a spell specifically for one target. You kind of tear that target apart. Alright, mate. See if you come back. How are the radioactive bees doing? I don't see any particles indicating that they're working, but they are drilling a very deep hole. The whole landscape is just getting devoured by these ridiculous bees. Alright, boys, get back to it. Let me out. We have a spare arcane spellbook. I don't really know if I want to hang on to it. Having an extra doesn't really do anything for us. I'll tell you something Mana and Artifice really got right, though. And that was the spells that allow you to summon your spellbook. Like having an Ender's... basically an Ender Chest style spellbook. Considering how expensive it is to make spells. And how much you stand to lose if, for example, a sticky mob from Infernal Mobs forces you to throw your spellbook in lava. Which has happened to me more times than I'd care to admit. How have I gone under 20k this time? I don't know what's going on with my altar power. Let's see. The next Guardian that we might want to face, I would say Lightning or Life. I also want to face Nature at least once, but that requires things that I haven't seen anywhere. More important, however, than all of these plots and plans for killing for farming Guardians down the line is that we need to actually implement the automatic feeder for our Dark Nexus, so this number stops being below 100. That is why I had these conveyor belts lined up and ready. Oh, and is that what ceramic dye is for? Dyeing the belts. Okay then. Well, first let's make a bunch of belts. A half stack should be... no, a full stack should be more than enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm honestly surprised that I haven't made any of these yet. They're so useful. You place conveyor belts, they automatically face away from you. Anything that stands on them is pulled along. And if you crouch... I must be thinking of some other conveyor belts. I thought crouch walking allowed you to ignore them. There's something in MFR that allows you to ignore them. I think it's the plastic boots. We'll try that. They're cheap enough that there's no loss if this isn't correct. Yeah, plastic boots allow you to completely ignore conveyor belts. So now if we go right, we hit our ritual chamber. Back is clear, left is clear. I think I want to go left here. And the challenge, I think, is going to be making the area dark. Actually, the real challenge will be activating the spawner. Because if monster spawners are too far away from players, they simply don't run. So I guess we have this, and then we go this way. And now we have dark. Perfect. We will expand this dark to a 5x5. And it needs light for now. I'm also seeing on the map something over here that I'm going to want to plug. Where is it? There's clearly something in this direction. It was up now. It's so hard to use the minimap to find things. Oh. Hello there. Yet another essence pool. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll just grab my hand pump And all my cans. And treat it like the big Slurpee it is. But mostly I just need to get lighting up here so things don't spawn in this area. Whoa. This is a big reservoir of it too. Really big. Anyway, we're drinking the whole thing. This little cave chamber is in my way and needs to go. Lots of gravel around too. Once upon a time, that would have been pretty important stuff. Now it's just in the way, as gravel usually is. Whoops, wrong item. I think I may have destroyed a block of the essence. A shame, but not a big one. We have plenty of it. Anyway, now we block up this whole mess. It doesn't need to be here. We don't need monsters spawning in it. Now, plastic boots time. This block specifically has to be pointing a different direction, because this column is where the spawners are going to go. We'll get them out of the corners. And truck them right into range. can even remove that light to make it a little darker. But we still need these lights temporarily. Next step, we go find some spawners. And I already know where a few are. The only flaw in using the appropriation spell is that we can only carry one spawner at a time. But it's still better than using the Ars Magica Ritual of Corruption to pick up the spawner, because that destroys the spawner in the process and makes an empty magic spawner that you have to fuel with essence, dark essence, to make it run. And we are trying to collect dark essence, not spend it. This little line of yellow is our first target. That is a witchery wicker man. I should say a straw man, because it's not the correct type of wicker to be called a wicker man. And these always have undead spawners under them. This one is a zombie spawner. So let's take Block Theft and grab it. Not going to be able to place it without plastic boots. I did not mean to hit surface. I need to go to the main level. Get my boots back. And recast Block Theft right there. I can even get 2 more in here easily. Will we need 2 more? I don't know. Let's go ahead and turn this one on. Here comes our first volunteer, and he is immediately lifted into the air and devoured. Perfect. Now, if that could just happen constantly and not just while I'm in the area. But the important thing is that it's working. And it's working exactly as designed. So, have fun being devoured, boys. And that should keep our dark battery full. The next great block theft adventure, I think, is going to be going to the Nether. So we can collect more sunstone. Appropriation is one of the best ways to do that. We just steal blocks from the lava, thereby absolving us of the need to worry about the lava. And then silk touch them to be fortune mined later. We'll have all the sunstone we can stand. Hi. Where did you come from? Oh, and I can make fire resistance potions again because we are no longer a vampire. But at this point, that's kind of a minor concern. You. Block of sunstone way down there. Yoink. Place. Oh, Delicate Digit is a touch spell. Derp. I should have known that. It's my spell. I designed it. I forgot it wasn't a projectile. Let's get our air sled down and go looking for more sunstone, which generates at lava surface level, which is why it's such a pain to collect and why I haven't gotten basically any until now. We'll just take that one. Place it here. Take that one too. Place it here. Collect them both. This is the best sunstone harvesting expedition you are likely to see without the aid of Thaumcraft. An exchange type effect would do this too. But I don't have easy access to any of those. else can we hunt for sunstone? Surely there's more untapped lava pools that we haven't even glanced at. Here we go. Lava as far as the eye can see. Also problems as far as the eye can see. I would like to take this opportunity to farm gas tiers, but I don't think we're going to get to do that very easily. Because lava. That one can go there. Let's grab the next one. Put it next to the one we've already stolen. And look for more. Sometimes they appear in the flowing lava columns. Not often, but I've known it to happen. I should probably turn around and collect the ones we have before I forget where they are. Gunpowder, no tears. Shame. Shame upon thee. I missed the sunstone. There it is. There's another one. Oh, we have two. Very nice. Over there. I didn't wait for the spell to land. There we go. Another thing we might want to do with this appropriation spell is steal a blaze spawner and take it home with us. Oh no! So, block theft does work on mobs, which our air sled counts as one. Good thing I have a lot of fire resist in my armor, or that could have gone really poorly. If we were still a vampire, that would have been game over. Or at least yet another stupid death. Not quite the same thing, but similar connotations. Oh, there's a third one. I knew there was a third one somewhere. These aren't. They're just mysterious shadows. Very weird. You are. We'll take this back to our little collection here. I should really take a pause and see how we're doing on Sunstone. We have snatched quite a few like this. Nope, you don't escape. We just maul you and take your tears. Wither skeletons, which are stupid, fell off the cliff. Give me your souls. They say no. I don't think this nether fortress is one that we've discovered already. Which means, if it's an unspoiled, undiscovered fortress, then I can use appropriation to steal a blaze spawner from here. Not really sure where I'd put it, to be honest. Not in our new spawn room, where we're farming Dark Essence. Because blazes fly, and therefore don't care about conveyor belts. So maybe I won't steal a blaze spawner. But I could use more quartz. More tears. Keep those tears coming. If there's anything that I'm still short on, it's gas tears. Let's also play around with this. Appropriation. Oof. And we put him back, and he doesn't care. So block theft can also be used as a projectile mob net. Excuse me. I should also remove that death marker. We don't need that anymore. That was our shame because we burned to death. No, we froze to death. Because Lilith yanked us into our own potion cloud. Some of these gas noises sound very close. I'll grab some of this too. Glowstone can be in very high demand sometimes. Where are all these ghasts? Show yourselves. Speaking of Thaumcraft, as I will apparently eternally be talking about how my run could be different if I had it installed, Thaumcraft adds a new mob to the Nether that I want no part of. The Hellbat. It's a bat that just flies happily around in the Nether. It's also a very angry homing missile. Hellbats fly toward the player in a very quick, jerky, erratic pattern because they're partially using the bat AI. When they get close enough, they explode. Just think about that for a moment. A tiny, bat-sized, flying creeper Even if you see it coming, it doesn't make a difference, because they are too small and too fast to hit. You just have to accept that while you're flying through the nether, you will occasionally explode for no good reason. Now consider that one of Thaumcraft's items is gated behind scanning one of these kamikazes. Anyway, let's head home. Oh, hi. Would you like to give me some tears? Yes, you would. Thank you very much. Would you like to give me some tears? That looks like a yes. This guy up here, too, if I can get there. I don't think he dropped anything besides XP. How about you? That would be... I saw tears, but they definitely fell in the lava. Uh-oh. This will make it difficult to get home, since home is on the other side of that big slash in the terrain. Even being able to fly doesn't exactly make the nether easy to navigate. We are going through this wall. And the giant slash is still here. It looks like I should just be able to walk right over. I should be able to fly over, but we're not going to risk it. We're warping across. Solves the whole problem. Home again, home again. I got diamonds and dog tongues, horse armor to pulverize, golden armor to smelt. A dog head, we don't need that sword. Miner's pack. Very good. Hunter's pack. Everything else we have storage slots for. Digger pack. Just netherrack. Put away what can be put away. I think it's time to start processing these ores. They can be smelted to 1. They can't be pulverized. And nether quartz can be pulverized to 3. Or induction smelted to a block of 4. That gets rich slag. That's honestly a really good use of these. What do I have for soul sand? Plenty. Plus 60. Plus 60. The sand when you're all done. Now, let me have one of my luck brews. And how is my red mana doing? 78. That doesn't feel like it's gone anywhere. Alright, now we have all the magic rocks. So the Dark Nexus needs 4 blocks. And our crafting altar is made of nether brick plus 3 effects. That's on par with nether quartz, which would be more expensive, so we won't do that. And the caps, sunstone plus 10 effects. We are currently at lapis for 5. So what I need is 9 sunstone blocks. 5 here, and then 4 for downstairs. Seven. More than. With 45 to spare and 50 moonstones. That's over a stack of moonstones. Brilliant. Alright then, let's take these caps and update them for our maximum power infernal style arcane spellcraft altar. Then we come down here and switch Chimerite out for Sunstone. For the production bonus. Enjoy being devoured, boys. I just wish it would happen more and often and more rapidly. I think we need 2 more spawners. Just to finish this room off. There are also, come to think of it, two more things we can do in Witchery. One of which is more dangerous than anything we have done before, and the other would just be a mutation craft. There are 2 neat little things that I'm thinking of that we have not yet done with Witchery. One of them is the Bark Belt. When this is a case of both mods did it at the same time. Thaumcraft has something called Arcane Shielding, which gives you another health bar that monsters attack first before getting your actual health. Witchery does the same thing, where it grows wood on your body that absorbs hits before you start taking damage. It's made with brews of flowing spirit, and twigs, and basically it's stuff we all have. The problem is, it comes off of the biting belt, which is made from a parasitic louse, which has to be mutated. The bark belt is a very interesting piece of gear that is worth making just to illustrate, but the parasitic louse part makes it a big pain in the neck. The mutation combination for it is lily pads, mutandis, tongue of dog, and a charged stone. So based on the instructions I'm seeing, this is actually a very easy task. And the only reason it's easy is because we have silverfish critter snares that we specifically stole for this purpose. I'm also going to need more diamond and magic impregnated leather. But that's another matter. We'll get to that part. Okay, 4 buckets of water, 4 lily pads, 4 graspers, 2 mutandis, not extremis, a charged stone, and tongue of dog. And, of course, the sprig. Now we go over to the menagerie because that's where our mutation room is. Oh look, I didn't have to bring the graspers. That's alright. We brought one anyway out of an abundance of caution. Stone, tongue, 2 mutandis, the silverfish critter snare, and that's it. I'll need an empty hand to pick these things up, as they're hostile, but not especially dangerous. Also, we apparently only get one. These things are neat. If you keep one on your toolbar, you can craft it with a potion, and it will have that potion in it. And when a creature hits you, if the potion was beneficial, it will automatically give you the potion. If the potion is detrimental, it will automatically bite the creature that hit you and apply the potion to it. If you craft the biting belt, it does it with up to 2 potions. You can also have multiple of these things, and they trigger one right after the other. But you have to mutate each and every one individually. Maybe you could breed them, but they're hostile, which is a bit annoying. The main issue with them being hostile, should be obvious. It's difficult to keep control of them. They don't do a lot of damage. There's like half a heart per attack tops, but they do attack the player. So if they can be bred together, I have no idea how. There are also some other fun properties that I haven't gone into, involving some of the other witchery creatures. Because they're mostly useful for multiplayer reasons. Like, you can use owls to deliver items. If you give an owl an item, it will hold it. And then you can give the owl a bound waystone to have it deliver that item to a location, or a blooded waystone to have it deliver that item to a player. And they can do this even through unloaded chunks. They will take off from wherever you are, fly toward that player, and then teleport the interceding distance across unloaded chunks, drop off their payload, and then return the same way, teleporting across unloaded chunks. It's fantastic. And one of the things that makes it really, really cool is that not only can you use them as, again, kind of a mail delivery service, if what you give them is a splash potion, they won't just drop it off, they will throw it. So if you have a blooded waystone of a player that you really don't like, you can send an army of owls after him with a bunch of devastating potions and just owl Air Force. So 5 leather, Diamond Vapor, 4 magic, 4 leather, plus 1 leather, plus golden thread. Hunger and Louse and Belt 1, plus Twigs, Emerald, Creeper Heart, Flowing Spirit, Belt 2. I put on this belt. It's worth a minor amount of armor. I'll keep these things in reserve. If I stand on grass while wearing the belt, I now have a little stick. A couple little sticks that have grown over my armor bar. The maximum number of sticks I can have is dependent on the maximum amount of witch-based armor that I'm wearing. It also changes my appearance. I've got just these blocks of wood growing on me. And that's it. We're armored up with a blade of wood-based armor underneath our magical leather. So we only have 3 bars of armor. We have a bunch of sticks growing on our body that takes damage before we do. It's not the best, but honestly, it's something. It's decent enough if you want to run around in your witch armor. And I think you can get another few sticks worth if you have a witchery boots of some kind. And there aren't many options there. Obviously, none of the witch hunter stuff counts. You can do icy slippers, which will freeze water, turn lava to obsidian. You know, Ice Walker, years in advance. Thaumcraft did something of this type too. The trouble is, it damages the shoes, and they don't repair on their own, the way Ars Magica armor does. Ruby Slippers. You can teleport by just dropping a waystone on the ground, which saves you from using the circle that I have over in the machine room. You can also teleport to a bed there's like a /chant command. There's something specific you have to say, and it will warp you home on a 30-minute cooldown. And the last one is Seeping Shoes. If you are standing on dirt, maybe stone too, I'm not sure, and you get poisoned, the poison will immediately leave your body. Pretty good when fighting cave spiders, as it says, or witches. Welcome back, mate. We made ourselves a bark belt just to have a look at what it looks like. Not really an important piece of armor, but a fascinating piece of witchery gear nevertheless. Now, where can I find another monster spawner? Are there any other nice little yellow lines like this that indicate strawmen? It might be more effective to just fly around and look, because a 1 pixel thick small horizontal line is going to be tough to see. The only reason I spotted this one at first is because I knew where it was the whole time. I don't think they can spawn in deserts. I don't remember ever seeing one in a desert. Yeah, if there's another one of those straw man monster spawners, I'm just not seeing it. To be fair, it is a very small thing to try to spot. I probably should have landmarked them more often. Oh, there's one. There's another. I don't know what I did to my eyes to suddenly have 2 of them pop into focus like that. 3. That should be enough to go on a bit of an expedition. If one or two of them turn out to be skeleton spawners, then we can just ignore them and focus on the ones that are zombies, because zombies have more health. Block theft and recall at the ready, recall in projectile mode. I can honestly put the bow away. It's not super important to have all the time. And we have trouble to cause to the east. 3 markers. Away we go. There are recall, the 2 intervention spells, fling and knockback if you want to go that route. I scared the hell out of a guy one time. He used some item that I didn't know about to teleport directly to me when I was at home, and I considered my base location to be a secret. So as soon as he appeared right on top of me, and like 2 seconds afterward when I could see him due to lag and his character hadn't loaded in yet, I hit him with projectile recall. And it just so happened that the last location I had marked was his house. So I just warped him straight home. He thought I was an admin. About lost his mind. So this one was no good. That was a skeleton spawner. Next one. I feel like I've missed one. Did I delete the wrong one? No, this is still several hundred meters away. I went to the wrong one. Somehow I didn't go to the closest, instead went to the one in the middle. You are a zombie spawner. That's what we want. Now So this one can be removed. And we go home. Gotta need my plastic shoes, though. Wrong button. Did not mean to go to the menagerie. Meant to be here. Walk theft. Place the second spawner. Now we have 2 spawners. Casually producing red mana. If you could get a zombie pigman spawner, I would use those instead because they have much higher health than zombies. And are therefore worth a lot more dark essence. But those don't exist in vanilla Minecraft. We don't have Thaumcraft installed. We don't even have a way to get spawn eggs that I know of. Like, at all. Which is honestly kind of surprising, come to think of it. Normally my mod packs have some manner of collecting spawn eggs. Maybe there's something in Mine Factory Reloaded that I'm not remembering correctly. I could also just recall guard villagers. And they would end up warped into my Doom machine. Funny, but not practical. Also skeleton. Don't need it. Maybe I could just kind of happen across another one. Not impossible, but it's not terribly likely either. They're a somewhat rare structure. Also, there's definitely some kind of laggy rubber banding going on. I can just feel myself lurching forward and then pausing for an instant. It's not great. What a village. No villagers, just 2 farms. "'Tis the king's private garden." Wait, no, we have a guy. He has nowhere to live. And some agricraft plots that are doomed to become weeds. So the poor guy's going to take a nap in his greenhouse because he has no home. Lots of hobgoblins. I've never seen 4 hobgoblins in one place like this without artificially creating a breeding factory for them. And grab some of this to make up for what we've spent fighting the Winter Guardian. But not really seeing any more straw men with monster spawners under them. So I think our little expedition here is done. Bye, guys. Just sort through my spellbook a little bit while hanging out here so that spawner runs. The other thing we haven't done yet in Witchery is necromancy. I've said things in Witchery have been dangerous before. I've said things in Ars Magica are dangerous. Witchery necromancy is easily the most dangerous thing you can do, short of nuclear engineering. And the reason for that is that necromancy has the capability of instant killing you. Doesn't care what armor you're wearing, almost doesn't care what armor you're wearing. It just evaporates you immediately. Those dark secrets can be found in circle magic. I think you need a necromancy stone, because you need to make necromancer's robes. When you're wearing necromancer's robes, all of the following creatures will ignore you. We got curses, remove curses, not what I want. Summoning demons, withers, demons, summon a witch, familiar, infusion. What am I looking for here? I know... I guess it's not in this book. It's not in this book. Though that book also helps. The containment thing works wonders. We need this one. You can use a necromancer's brazier to burn materials and conjure undead. Place things in the brazier, ignite with flint and steel. You can summon a specter. Banshee. You can create graveyard mist, which doesn't do much besides obscure vision. Anguish of the Dead. It gives you a radius of strength around the brazier. Not exactly a big deal. Fortification of the Corpse. This is basically resilience when standing near the brazier. Invisibility near the brazier. A lot of these just aren't useful. Because if I'm going to be invisible at home in a short radius, when would that ever be useful? Drain growth, suck the life from crops to heal nearby undead. Which is an interesting one. But again, when will you ever need to heal undead? You could just create more undead. We have fetish binding. Put what you think fetish means out of your head. Voodoo protection. The properties of a carried voodoo protection puppet become stronger. 3 spirits, 1 specter, 1 banshee, 1 poltergeist, and they have to be bound into a fetish, which there are a few of them. Where are they? Probably on this page. I'm not seeing them. I know what exactly one of them looks like. Here. Scarecrows. Made with wool, tormented twine, and jack-o'-lanterns. Witch's ladder. Feathers, fanciful thread, and string. And the Trent effigy, which is more tormented twine and rowan wood specifically. Each of these fetishes can have undead bound to them, and they do different things. Some of them also have special effects if you use specific fetishes with them. So the voodoo protection one gives you, for example, a scarecrow of voodoo protection, because it has a whole bunch of ghosts bound into it. And while you are near it, the voodoo protection poppet is strengthened, so nobody can... So it's a lot more difficult to curse you than it's already difficult to curse you with the voodoo protection poppet normally. Sentinel. This is the deadly one. A Sentinel fetish accepts a whitelist or a blacklist that you configure with taglock kits. Any creature that gets within an unspecified radius of a Sentinel fetish is targeted by an instant kill ghost. This ghost just spawns right on top of them and instantly kills them. The only protection against this that I know of is to wear necromancer robes, which makes you immune to this. If you are not wearing necromancer robes when you place the Sentinel fetish, it instantly kills you, because you are not protected from it by default. If you have yourself in the whitelist of the Sentinel fetish, so it doesn't target you, it can still kill you anyway. I have had one of my coven witches teleport to me as I was experimenting with a Sentinel fetish. The ghost targeted the coven witch. The coven witch immediately teleported away, and then the ghost, being active and angry and suddenly deprived of its target, picked a new target, me, which shouldn't have been legal. And I just instantly died. Then we have Shrieking, another whitelist, blacklist one, but less deadly. It screams. It just makes horrible noise when someone walks by. If you specifically use a witch's ladder, it does not scream, but instead puts out a redstone signal. So you can have player detectors with whitelist and blacklist. You could hide one of these inside a wall and have some kind of piston door that only opens for you. Or have it wired up to a dispenser arrow trap that only triggers on enemies. It's got options. Not nearly as dangerous as the Sentinel. I don't think Witchery did it first, but it's in the same family as I think many other mods developed this technology at the same time. And then you have Ghost Walking. Ghost Walking is a weird one, because it requires a lot. How Ghost Walking works is first you take a nap and go to the spirit world. While you're in the spirit world, you build a portal frame out of snow and splash brew of flowing spirit in that snow portal frame. And this creates a portal in the spirit world you can walk through as your dream self and walk into the real world as your dream self with your body still asleep. You can't do this for very long. Your dream self does not survive in the real world for a lot of time. There's a ritual you can do that'll fortify you so you can last longer. And there's also this effigy, which will sustain you indefinitely as long as you're near it. What are the advantages of being a dream ghost in the real world? I couldn't tell you. But that is a brief explanation of what witchcraft necromancy can do, especially the very deadly sentinel fetish. As a ghost? I don't know. That might be going a bit too far. You could have a room where the only way in theory, is to dream world and then go down a staircase in the dream world, walk through the dream portal, and get there that way. But at that rate, just use a bound waystone and teleport there. It'd be a lot easier. Just got a lot of green skill points from taking out the Arcane Garden. And finally take Rune Blocks. I guess one of the points of walking around in ghost form like that is that it's a fairly safe way to scout. Like you can't lose any items even if you don't have keep inventory like I do, because you don't bring your spirit world inventory into the real world as a ghost. You have nothing, so you have to open chests and take real world gear with you as your ghost. I could just never really wrap my head around it. Why would you want to do that? Anyway, I need at least one more green, one more red, two more red. And if I had thought to grab Line, we might have gotten Firestorm. Oh well. We have an Air Guardian to harass some more. And then I can go bother the Winter Guardian some more and get some red points. We finally reached the part of Ars Magica where we're starting to really pop off. Gain access to all kinds of spells. Put that away so I don't lose it. Let's see what he thinks of Arcane Ripper. Three hits. It also refills our mana bar. If I remember right, it was also lightning damage, so this is basically our best spell against this guy. Mana Leech is not a spell effect to be... no. The Frost Guardian's arm is technically a weapon. Or how do you mean, considered a spell? It does do magic damage and bypass armor? I know it costs mana to do the right-click thing and throw the arm. Oh, if I silence the Frost Guardian. That could be something interesting to try. I thought you meant the Frost Guardian's arm in the hands of a player. The Frost Guardian itself? I don't know. We may be able to find that out. In fact, with Silence and Entangle running on this guy, I can open this up and... No, I can't. I have made a mistake for made. I need my Witch Hand right now. Okay. Even silenced, he just flung us to space. Hello? Would you like one of these? Let me just hit that lever again. Okay, yeah. That's, yeah, we kind of accidentally proved that right there. The Guardians don't really care about silence by and large. Also, come to think of it, the Arcane Guardian can also throw certain spells while silenced. He didn't seem to care either. He could still do damage to us. Though the Astral Distortion did prevent him from teleporting, so that at least worked. This is true. A lesson learned is always to our benefit. Also, I'm pretty sure he's dying a lot faster with this method. It's also a lot less tedious because the mana tap component keeps completely refilling our mana bar. Such a shame we don't get any XP for casting the spell. We could do this forever, if not for that little fact. I bet the Water Guardian wouldn't like this too much either. It is lightning as its damage type. Look at all those aspects. Nature, lightning, water, ender, arcane. This is a very busy spell. It's got its fingers in a lot of pies. Alright, let's call this phase done for now. Broke even on Air Essence. This is the exact amount we left with. Usually I take a loss on Air Essence, so definitely happy about that. So we blind for something later. I'm really perfectly happy to ignore Levitate and Flight and Speed as long as possible. Flight costs a Nether Star, and it has a very, very short duration. Who needs a fly spell when I already have 2 other means of flight? I gotta get this blue point so I can get the duration. But the defensive page is almost done. Utility page, I don't have anything left to spend green on except getting over here. Banish Rain does exactly what it says on the tin. Pretty cheap, too. Just cast a spell and it stops raining immediately. Now we need a red point. What else can I spend green on right now? Alright, knock back and fling to get axe to get within reach of wave. We'll take forge. I also don't care about the contingencies. They don't last. The contingency spells themselves have durations. They don't last nearly long enough to be worth anything. This is just blue straight to red. No green needed in that whole line. Where is the damage component? It is red after beam. Lots of red. Solar is red. Watery Grave is green, but I really don't care about it. It's useless. The interventions are red. Everything here is red. Oh. Ha! Mana regen 2. I also need one more for spell motion so we can get to augmented casting. So let's go back and kill... You know what? Let's not. I'll get one of these and kill the arcane guy. We get our last green point out of him. And then we'll go fight Winter several more times. Got the right spell selected. We'll summon you, hide, and snipe him. Now he's stuck. He tried to cast something. It didn't work. Yep, we've already won. He just doesn't know it yet. And this green goes on spell motion. Mage Posse is kind of a dumb perk line. Like a very dumb perk line. It allows you to, if you see light mages in the wild, right-click on them, and they will join you as if tamed pets. And they'll just follow you around and cast spells on your enemies. The spells they cast are extremely weak. It's not great. I brought none of the things that I need to farm this boss. So, let's make for my stupid by marking this location so it doesn't cost another waystone to get back again. Now, how many red do I need immediately? 2. 3. We do need lunar. 4, 5. Range would be nice, but I'm not willing to call that 6 just yet. So we're still at 5. 6, 7, 8, so I can get the duration. 9 for solar. 10, 11, 12. That looks like what we'll be up to for the next, well, basically until we close. I guess we can fudge it to 14. That's not that big a deal. The snow is going to be the big issue here. Because pumpkins, we've got pumpkins. We've got pumpkins like you wouldn't believe. 3 times 14, we have 3 times 21. We don't need any more pumpkins. What we're going to need is basically 6 times 14. Minimum. Well, that didn't take long to achieve. Back to our little snow region. Blue topaz topped with ice. I should do some of this against the other guardians we mentioned facing before, like lightning and life. I think we could go after lightning theoretically. Life could be tougher. We'll just peek. Oh, and he's pulled me in through everything. And I'm silenced in my own spell effect. And we got him to knock us out. And he's trying to pull me back in. Have that. Oh, I can't because I'm silenced again. Yep. So we just don't use that spell on him. But he can have this one. That hit him 0 times. Whoa. Whoa. There goes the arm. It missed us, somehow. That time it did not. He's being much more aggressive than usual. I don't know what his problem is today. There goes the arm again. How did I get way back here? Stop doing the arm thing. This is getting very old. How are you this active? Let's just keep dodging as he throws as he... Yeah, he's just rocket punching left and right. This is very different from how easy he was to farm before. He is a whole new beast. Got it out! Holy crap! Yeah, I Wow. Something about that first spell we cast on him really ticked him off. I really only want to fight this guy one more time, then we'll try some other Guardians. All our hard work that made him a joke, he made a joke. There's the arm again. You stop that. He's just not gonna give it up. He is not willing to be my punching bag today. Are you done? Nope, that arm's coming out. 1, 2. At least we can watch him. He raises the arm as a telegraph. That's when you know to dodge. Okay, so that's about enough of that. Is there something I can do with these 2 red points to make that easier? Well, if I take Solar, then we can unlock Fire Rain. Unfortunately, it's useless until we get to damage. Fire Rain is kind of scary on its own, but not very effective. Oh, augmented casting. Extra summon, not a big deal. Lunar? What do I want Lunar for? I don't think I need Lunar. Not really. Yeah, Solar goes into Fire Rain, but Fire Rain is useless without damage. I could take Grow and get within reach of Chain. I can take Beam and be within reach of damage and Wave. Either way, we still have to farm more red skill points. And I think I'd rather grab this one so Chain is within reach, because I'm likely to forget about Chain otherwise. So, what a horrible mess that turned out to be. Still have no idea what ticked him off so badly. Next two thoughts are life and lightning. There's also fire. Fire is a weird one. You have to summon fire in the Nether, and it heals from fire in the Nether. It can also cast Fire Rain, which heals itself. It's just a huge pain in the neck. He also does something that nothing else in Minecraft except maybe Witchery does, and that's tons of damage to your armor. It has a specific effect called Armor Melt. So really the only way to fight this guy is to go in with a potion of fire resist and no armor at all. Because he will melt the armor right off your body, destroying all of your precious materials and enchantments. With a potion of fire resist, most of his attacks stop being an issue, because all he does is fire damage. You only have to worry about him in melee at that point. The Life Guardian is a weird one. A really weird one. In order to fight the Life Guardian, you have to make this 5x5 ring of chalk, place a warding candle in the center part of each side on the outside of the ring, and then on a full moon night sacrifice a villager child inside the circle. The Life Guardian itself doesn't attack. Pretty much at all. It has some throwing you around spells. What it does is it summons adds. Lots of them. It'll summon zombies, spiders, elementals, all kinds of other monsters. And as long as those other monsters live, you can't damage the Life Guardian at all. You have to be able to kill its summons faster than it can summon them, and do damage to it at the same time. Which, with the right AoE spell, is pretty trivial. It's just another Guardian that you specifically have to prepare spells for. Lightning, I've only fought like 3 times ever. It's very, very deadly. The damage it does is off the charts because lightning is the strongest element, damage-wise. This mess with synapses thing, it can reverse your controls temporarily. It can also do effect similar to telekinesis using static electricity, which in addition to pulling you towards it or moving you around, also puts a status effect on you that makes lightning deal more damage. Yeah, it can do extreme damage in a short amount of time. This thing is very dangerous. But we can't summon it because we need lightning to strike this gold inlay mono battery 2 iron bar thing. So I guess we're making a storm spell. Which, did I ever get to channel? Did we end up there? We did get channel. So let us literally make a call lightning spell for the Lightning Guardian eventually. And the reason I want to take out the Lightning Guardian at all is for the item it drops. Every Guardian has its own unique drop. And the Lightning Guardian's is this one. The Lightning Charm is an item magnet, which surprisingly nothing else in my mod pack has. The importance of the Life Guardian is the Life Ward, which increases your maximum hearts as long as it's in your inventory. Just casually makes your health bar bigger. And there's also the Nature Guardian's toy, Nature's Scythe. We haven't been able to fight the Nature Guardian because it requires killing a bunch of nymphs in quick succession, and we have not seen a single forest nymph or dryad, whatever they're called. Dryad. We have not seen a single dryad. We also haven't seen a single water elemental, which I think is a thing. Yeah, water elementals are rare and they're supposed to spawn on the coasts. Haven't seen one. I don't even remember what they do if you summon them. All that jumping around aside, channel is a fun component, or can be, that you really, really need to read what it does. Through intense concentration, a mage can maintain a flow of magic on themselves. Those two words are very important. Channel is not touch range, it is self range. So if you did something like channel damage, you would have a spell whose sole purpose is to rapidly commit suicide. Good work, I guess? But we are here to channel the storm. And that's basically it. That's the spell right there. While we're in the business of making spells, there are actually two more I'm thinking of that can be kind of fun for demonstration purposes. Utility purposes, specifically. Did we get to Radius yet? Where would it be? Utility, we got to Radius. That'll make things even more fun. So, we're going to do projectile, zone, how does this one work? gravity. No, I don't want the gravity there, because that'll affect the project. Well, if it affects the projectile, so what? Area effect. Dig. Let's also throw in Feather Touch. Mining power. I don't know how many I need to get to mining obsidian. Does it say, maybe? Each modifier bumps it up by 1 level. Base dig operates at stone. So stone, 2 iron, 2 diamonds. So I only need 2 of them. And a third mining power does nothing. So this is a dig spell at can dig obsidian level with Feather Touch. I will add radius. This is a quarrying spell. The zone AoE gravity combination creates a persistent zone that casts AoE dig again and again and again as it drills slowly downwards. I'm thinking I want to cram another gravity in there to make it fall faster. But then I don't have enough room in the effect chain to make that work. Because I'd have to move zone and AoE and gravity all in here, and this only has 2 more spaces. But whatever, we're just playing around. That'll do. And the final spell that I want to play around with right now is Projectile AoE. More AoE nonsense. We're sticking with Dig. And Feather Touch. Oh, hang on. Let's move the AoE. Put the AoE down here. Because we're adding piercing. Now, we go Dig and Feather Touch. And I don't really think I need mining power on this version. I could put a radius on it. That might be going too far. You know what? No. We'll go ahead and put radius on it. We'll go ahead and put all the radius on it. That's not my best name. The gimmick to this one is it is a projectile AoE dig feather touch spell, just like Biggie Diggy. The 3 piercings mean that it goes 4 blocks deep, and keeps doing that again and again and again. So with 1 cast, we strip away 4 layers of blocks. And those layers have an area of 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, 9x9. This spell deletes mountains. Yes, magic mining bore. And we also made the quarry version, which drills downward all on its own. These spells, it's not important to make these spells right now. Channel Storm, on the other hand, is going to get us to the Lightning Guardian, so we need that. But, as it is pretty much closing time, this will then be our statement of intent. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. And this will be what we do tomorrow. Until then.